No one is using limit. No one is using limit. All right. You ready? Yeah. So, brethren, welcome to today's class. We are doing a quick recap of yesterday. The Zoom link. Yeah. So passcode we used the last time. What was it? Do you remember the passcode we used the last time for the Zoom? Sky F group, right? There is some F somewhere. Yeah, Sky F group. So all right. So guys, I think we can now begin. Hello? Ready? Ready? So we said we had two main ways of attaching the CSS to the HTML. Three. Good. Yeah. Great. I'm on 4 3. Good. Then now let's just quickly write an H1. H1 title CSS. And then I want to style it a little bit. Remember yesterday we also installed the live server. You remember that? So I can click on go live. And when I click on it, obviously you should see it. I thought Zoom allowed you to share multiple screens at a time, right? Okay, so now with this one we all know how to do it, don't we? Today, please talk so that you don't sleep. Yes, we all know how to do it, don't we? Good. So we can add an inline style with an attribute of what? Attribute of what? Style. And in that attribute, I can say color and I can say red, like this. And by going back again, you can see that we have red. Let's look at the code. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Any question? Mr. Kofi? Claire? So what we are doing is that we are adding, like you see in image, we have an attribute for what? Mention some of the attributes that you can have in a image tag. They are doing things. One, okay. What else? The width, okay. What else? But the critical ones you are not mentioning. No. Attributes you can get an image tag. No. Yes. The source, SRC. What do we use the source for? Read this. Do what? Joseph, what do we use the source for? Oh, I don't. That is one. Yes. So we put in the path. Oh, you forgot it. So style, the keyword style, is an attribute of any HTML element you can create. Do you understand? And the style allows us to decorate that element, the CSS views. Do we understand it? Do we understand it? Abraham, you understand? Good. So I can pass in, and yesterday we say that the CSS, the rules are property and what? Property and property and value. Property and value. And so we pass in the property color. The value is what? We can change this red to blue. And when we get back to this side, we get blue. We can change it to another color, maybe blue violet. And does it make sense now? We can also add other rules to it. So we can say semicolon, then we can say font size, then we say 20 pixels. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing that? No one is responding. Are you seeing that? Okay, this is what we'll be doing. I'll ask again. If I ask and no response, all of us will stand. Yeah. All right. So you see that now it has shrunk. It has become a little bit smaller. You see, so if I get back and I see maybe 50 pixels, and I get it here, you see that I've changed it again. I can say, okay, I want other things. So remember that the rules are separated by what? The rules are separated by what? A semicolon. The rule, because the rule consists of a property, a colon, and a value. Then it will end with what? A semicolon. Okay. So I can say text decoration, another property, right? And I can say underline. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? So if I come back and open it up, you see, we can underline it. There are so many text decorations that are available. If you have a text decoration, I think there's 5 to I don't know, I'm not sure. But let's see whether it will have anything. No, it doesn't. So at least, but I'll show you how we do it. So we can also have something like font weight. And then I can say, I see that. So when I go and I check it, well, it's not really good. Now, so guys, at least now we know this is inline what? Styling. We are styling on the element itself. And we say that that is the highest form of what? Specificity in this case. Yesterday we learned about specificity. You can be recording so that when you are in the car, you can be listening. Yes. 60 a bit louder. Those online will like to hear. Different units. That's what we need. Units. So we have pixels, we have M's, we have rems. Yes. So those that these days we normally use rems or M's. They are more of what we call relative units. But you see, these are things you would learn when you have really mastered these things properly. Are you getting it? If you've not really learned what pixels are, and I started talking to you about REMs, you'll be wondering what, and then it becomes an added confusion. Does it make sense? Because actually, at the end of the day, the computer measures everything at the end in pixels. Are you with me? So it's good you get the grounding right. Then now even on your own, you can say, oh, I'm going to explore, like today, this morning, Jeff was like, well, I went to do this, I went to do this. So there are things that you would have to explore, but you need to get the core things right. So here we'll stick with the pixels, but when you start exploring further, you see that you see M's, EM, you see REM, you see percentage. These three are what we refer to as relative units. They enable us to build responsive websites. Pixels are not that responsive. Are you with me? Good. But when we talk about the M, the REM, the percentages, we are looking at responsive website. And now, like one M is about equivalent to like 16 pixels. So you can convert them. Are you getting it? Good. All right, I hope your question is answered. All right, so any further questions? So this is referred to as what? What kind of styling is this? Inline styling. Great. It's known as what? Let's all talk. Saturday, NFL Bobo. It's what? Inline styling. Now, we said that then there's another one called what? Internal styling. We say it's called what? That is a tag with what? Style, like this. And in between that style, we could add, maybe I can say H1, or we can target anything inside the body, including the body itself. Do you understand? So I can say body. Remember, we select the target or the selector, open it this way. And then we can say, okay, maybe, let me go with what we have here. Let me get some new stuff. Let's do this. So background color is what? Light blue, right? Text align is what? Center. Pattern is what? And font family. You should have your notes, you should be and be reflecting on what you are learning. Okay. So if I go back to check, you see that now we have a very nice website coming up. It's coming up shortly, right? You see that it's quite easy to build a website, isn't it? You really understand what you are doing. That's why I'll keep emphasizing on learning. Don't relax. Don't relax. If you want to be a good programmer, don't sit at home and be relaxing. Code so thy kingdom come. Code, 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 code. That's what I do. And that's what I'll ask you to do. Yeah, I will do that. I'll do that. It's really good. I'll do that. I'll give you some links to go and check. But yesterday I coded. In fact, I'm coding. And I'll code. Tomorrow I'll code. Code. You are sitting down, code. Occupy your mind with coding and prayer. Code. I say do what? Code and pray. Code, meditate, pray, code, hey, code. You see that your girlfriend is telling you take your laptop, code. Yeah, if you have the mind to worry, you have the mind to code. So code. Code. So, because all that I'm teaching you here, you still not scratched the deep ends. Are you with me? There are still deeper things that I will have to, so like those that will be coming on Monday, right? You see that Monday, for instance, we will delve deep. It will be a deep dive. You see that there are things that you'll be wondering like, oh, so this means they all exist. So then you need to ask yourself, someone built it. Are you different from them? We also have black. You see, so please code. All right. So we've been able to select the body. We good. And then we've been able to have designed our stuff. We can come in here and also say H1, right? Then we can say H1, we want the color, the font size to be 40 pixels. Now this is where the trick comes in. Let's say this is 10 pixels. And let's say this is what? 40 pixels. The color is what? Dark magenta. Now if you go back, you see that what has taken place? the inline seems to be overriding the internal style that we give. That's what we say, specificity really matters. Inline are always of higher degree than any other way of attaching the CSS. Make sense? Because inline, we are highly specific on that very element. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Right. So you see that even though we said that this is 40 and here is 10, right? The 10 is overriding the 40. If I come here and I say this is 100 and I go back and I check it, now you see it's overriding it. You see it? So inline styling has a higher degree of what? Yeah, has a specificity. Let's say it together. Great. Let's say it together. One more time. Great. So this is looking great. I like the color. I like the combination. And you may have even seen a website like this. If you walk around the internet, you see something like this. So now with this, let's say we can come down here and also make P. Although P is not in our document. Now keep in mind, when you say H1 like this, it means that any H1 you write is going to have the same style. Does it make sense? So down here, if I come here and I say H1 again, and I say, well, maybe specificity, right? You see, this one does not have any style, right? What style do you think the specificity is going to have? First thing, phase one. What style is the H1 going to have? Online people, if you are with us, you can also, comment. What style will it have? Oh. The specificity. What style is it going to have? Before we check. What is that? Read. What style is that? Read it to us. What will be the font size? No, specificity. What will be the font size of each one? You say 100. What did you also say? 40. How confident are you that it is 40? 100%. How confident are you that it is 100? Why do you say it's 100? Hey, wait, we are talking about this guy. And we are saying that, why would it be 40? Do you understand it? Do you understand it? Do you all understand it now? Good. So, meaning that if so, by doing this, now it's like you are getting the browser the way it will behave in your mind. So you know, you can even anticipate when an error is going to happen. So you can see that the specificity takes a different word. One. Yeah. No problem. No problem. We good? We good? We good? Do you understand this? Okay. Now, let's say the P, right? I'm going to put maybe one side. Maybe I'll make it like let's say 20 pixels. Right, color is going to be dark green. Now, if I come down here and I say P and I say Lorem, now if I visit our web page, see it. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? So now I believe you understand the CSS. You really do. We've looked at inline and what we are writing about is known as what? At the top, this one, what's the meaning? This part, this type of styling is known as what? Internal. Great. Internal style. Make sense? Make sense? Good. Now the next one is going to be what? External. Now, so if we are supposed to extract all our CSS, you see, right now our CSS is mixed up with our HTML. The reason why we do The external is for a term yesterday I wrote on the board. It's known as what? Separation of what? Separation of concerns. Separation of what? Separation of what? So that means CSS file deal with what? CSS. HTML deals with what? CSS deals with CSS. HTML deals with what? CSS deals with CSS. HTML deals with what? HTML deals with HTML. CSS deals with what? Yeah. Except in things I know what you yeah, in things I know, the brain has gone through so many things. Yeah, so now we need to declutter the brain. All right, so now watch. I'm going to create what? In that same folder, I'll create a file known as what? Main.what? CSS. Are you with me? Are you with me? And then I can now, in fact, if I like, all I'll do is to do what? Copy everything that is here, cut it off, right? Are you watching? Please watch. I've cut what is in the internal. I've cut it. And then I'll paste it here. Here you won't put any style, anything there, because the extension of this document is what? Dot what? Dot CSS. The confidence in a man. Feel free and speak it. Put to cry your confidence. Be wrong in confidence than being right in timidity. All right, so now that means we can close this guy. But see, when we go back and we check, nothing has really happened, isn't it? What is going on? It's because we have not done what? We've not done what? We've not comfy. We've not done what? We've not done what? Linked it. Good. So how do we link it? External. Please observe. We do link. Are you seeing it? Just type link and hit enter. It's still the dot. So the href is where you are going to put where the style sheet is located. So it's going to be dot slash. We good? And now just by attaching it, now when we go back, we are back in. Makes sense? Prince, Claire, today you are feeling cool. Hudson, Claire, Ebi, great. Nat, yeah, I said Nat. And then I'm not yeah. Joseph, Jeff. So meaning that now, if I want to target this guy, so let's say we are going to remove all the things in here. Now, I still want the first H1 to have that same color, because now when we go back, we are all going to be the same. Are you seeing that? But I want my first H1, right, to have that specific characteristic that I was having earlier on. How do we achieve that? That is where we also talk about specificity in terms of selectors. Are you getting it? So someone will say, well, I want H1, which is what? First cow. Now, these things are all in my notes. They are all in the notes, and I'll be showing it to you. And if it's not there, I'll update them. So I'll say first child, and then I can put this information in there. And when we come back, you see it. Now, what have I done? Let me walk you through what we've done. This column property is known as a pseudo selector. It's known as what? It's known as what? Pseudo selector. Pseudo means false. Pseudo means what? Pseudo means what? Pseudo means what? So it's like a selector, but it's some sort of, on one of their shoes. You get it? And so when you say column first child, and so if you say H1 first child, we are trying to say that in this very document, the H1, which is what? The first child. And yesterday we talked about ancestors, parents. So you see that, hello, you see that the body has children. Now, if you look at this body, who is the first H1 child? Great. So then that means we are being what? Very specific. Clear? 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 Thumbs up if it is clear. Thumbs up if it is fist if it is not that clear. Fist if it is not clear. Thumbs up if it is clear. Clear? Prince, is it clear? Your thumb is not strong. And our bread. We are tired. We are tired. The 3 days, what bread? Going, coming. Oh God. Sikape enough for me. Enough for enough for the world of a man. All right. So let's see. So we specifically targeted this. We can say, okay, well, let's say we have another H1, and that H1, we call it what? Cascading. What color is the H? What properties is the cascading going to have? Now, who would get this right? Who? You sure? What would the H1 have before we check it? You sure? Let's look at it. It's going to be of the same as specific, because it's also H1. We've not targeted specifically. Are you getting it? Great. So if I come to my CSS, we could say nth child. And when we come back, you see how we are manipulating now. That means that for every second H1 that you see, every second, that's the nth child. So every second H1 that you see, apply this kind of style to it. So observe what is going to happen right now. Now watch. If I have this, and this one I call it what? Right. Oh, we didn't put it. We're supposed to. So H1 and child. Let's leave it like this, and then let's see what's gonna happen. And yeah, no, medium. Okay, so it's not picking up. I'm coming. So first off, let's come in. It's a good time for me to show you something. So let me show you this. Okay, so first off, go to this place at your free time. Yeah. And all the things I'm teaching you can learn them here, right? So let's go to HTML. Now let's go to CSS. This is CSS. Yeah. All right. So CSS, we have the pseudo selectors as so look at them. Your pseudo classes, pseudo elements. So we have first line. See, we have some that is for first line. Are you seeing it? So there are a lot. That's why I said there are a lot. You have to also start doing the research yourself. So I want to use it as a way of me gaining an understanding. So there's CSS. This is one place you can get it. There's another place I'm going to show you. That is MDN, right? And if I say MDN CSS, this is Mozilla's documentation. MDN. There is pseudo classes here. I want to get the nth. This first child, we've already looked at first child, you can see it here. Okay. There is last child. You can see. Yeah, there is last child. There is there is has, there is focus, there is first, there is so there are planes. Yeah, nth of last, nth of type, right? Only child. Are you seeing it? So if let's say I say nth child matches element based on the indexes of the element. So if let's say, so you see here, we pass in even. Let's look at it. Maybe that was what I was trying to achieve. So I can say even here. And let's go back. And you see it. So 1, 2, right? So this is first element, right? Second element, 2 is 2 an even number or not? It's even. It's even number. This is the third element, paragraph. 4 is an even number. So for every even number, I apply a particular color to it. Are you seeing it? Yeah. So I'm showing these things to you that there is a lot that we will have to do. We will not cover all of them. In fact, even if we give ourselves 2 weeks, we can't still cover everything. What would be the way to solve this issue is that you take projects and you start working on them. And those projects lead you to explore. Make sense? So, for example, yesterday we picked a project, landing page. And when we started working on it, we realized that we're learning new things. Are you getting it? So, if you would discipline your mind that I want this month of August, it's all about coding. It's all about web development. Actually, that's what I do. Sometimes I'll say, okay, month of this new month, I'm going to learn all about Python. Then I will just consume everything I need to know about Python. Then I start working on projects, and then you are on to go. So if you do not put yourself on that path of like, I have to bend myself, no, you will not be able to achieve what you want. Am I making sense? Good. So over here too, I can change the make it odd, right? Then if I go back and I check, you see it has changed the way. So odd, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even know why it doesn't apply to this, but it applies to the first one. Are we getting it? Are we okay? Okay. So we've seen internal. This is external. And in the external gives us also more control. We are able to do so many things that we can't do probably in the internal and the inline. Question. Are you confused? Yes, sir. You are okay. You are confused. Come again. Yeah, you have a question. So the next and you remember when we were in primary and we are writing maybe series and sequence. You remember series and sequence, right? You write, if I say 2, 4, what follows? And if I say the what will you add? So you say the n child is even for H1, we started all the things in umbrella. So now the base one is 2, apply that. The base one is the 4th, apply. The base one is the 6th, apply. If you say 4, then the base one is 1, apply. If you 3, apply. Base 5, you get it. So now we will build a simple website before we go on this. And then when we come back, JavaScript again. We're good? So to put all the things we've done. So we are going to work together. You can be working along whilst I'm building it. Okay, so I'm going to create a page of a folder again, and then I'll call it let's see, simple. On the simple side, I have index. I'm going to create a CSS called file. Are we good? Good. Then inside the CS for HTML, I'm going to script. Okay. Now, I don't know what you want to design, but whenever you want to design, your best bet is to go to what? Paper and pencil. Okay. So, are we together or so the pen they can use to draw before you start. What do I want to do? Here, you can draw or rectangle at the bottom. So I want maybe I just want something let's our yes, I want I will do this will be I also have are you seeing it? Sorry for those that are online. We are writing on the board. All right, so definitely I'll have a little bit of that. Maybe I want to do something. And maybe here I'll try to have a partner by example. So probably what I want to really do is that I want to build a very simple t-shirt website. Are you ready? So this is something I'm just pointing from here. So work with me, try and also understand. Let's work together. Make sense? Make sense? Great. So how do I go about this? Okay, so first of all, I need, so I can say, you know, yeah, we've talked about what a div is, right? But semantic HTML will tell us let's go with sections. So you see this one doesn't seem to have a header, right? So I can say section. And in that section, I'm going to have an image. So I can have a div that has an image. So, and then I will have another div that will have my text. So H1 would be text t-shirt. And I can have a button. So, are you with me? So then I can say by. We good? We good? Okay. Now, then let me go to the next section. The next section is what? The 3 t-shirts or 4 t-shirts I'll shoot. So I'll say section. Then here, I'm going to have a card. So I can say dot card. In that card, we are going to have an image, new collection, and maybe let's say they are categories of. So we have that. So I'm going to have another one. Maybe new collections, exclusive of offers, and maybe okay, let's go with this for now. So we have, are you seeing my stuff? We have this and we have this. And then the last one is what? The last section, which is the footer. I'll see footer. And then what do you put in there? Maybe this. So we have our footer and we are all right. So now if I am to, are you with me? Is anyone confused? Is anyone confused? If you are not confused, say them. Remember now, if you are not confused, say them. Come back again. Hey, come again. Joseph, come again. So, section, we wrote this first section. Let me see if I can change my. Seeing that you can really see one live. I think we stick with it like that. But we all see, right? So if you look at it, let me close this side so that you can all see. We have one first section, all right? Are you observing it? The section has, I've not put any image in it yet. Are you seeing that? Then we have this. So you see, the structure matters. I just need to get my structure. That is HTML. That's got nothing to do with styling. And I just need to get the right structure. How we are going to position them is what we call layouts. It's called what? Yeah. Good. It's like a designer who works at a daily graphic. The news would come, right? But it is up to the designer to know where we are putting this text. That is where the CSS comes in. So don't confuse yourself that CSS is about the HTML. No, CSS is a tool you are using to design. Good. Good. Prince. Fred. Because right now there. Yeah. Good. So then inside the main section, right? I have what? I have inside the three, I have another section called section with what? Three, that is card, one card. And now you can see I'm using something called what? A class. Now the class enables us to also style in the CSS, right? It also helps us to identify a group of elements. Two things. Style and to also identify a group. ID help us to style, help us to identify one single element. It must be unique. The ID must, so over here I can say ID like this, right? But then the information I put there would have to be unique. So I can say cards, or I can say maybe promo section like this. But you can't use space in ID. You can't use what? For class, if I bring space and I say maybe nice, these are two classes I've placed in there. Does it make sense? Yeah, if I, so stop. I do promo section, that has to be one word. Makes sense? And you can't bring spaces. ID will always have to be one. You can't have multiple IDs in an element. Make sense? But when it comes to CSS, you can have multiple classes in one class line. So if you see class nice, it means how many classes are there? Wait, you can have class nice, class this, it could be as many as you want. And all of them will mean something. Makes sense? Then, okay. So now we have this. Let's remove this and let's continue. So can I go to the CSS and start? Are we good? If you want me to go to the CSS, stand up. So you see, it's one section with 3 divs. Are you seeing that? And each of the div has a class called what? Great. And we have our last thing was a footer. So let's start styling. Before we start styling, let's go and what? And yeah, let's go online and see how our HTML looks like. And so this is how it looks like. You see it? Are you seeing it? It looks HTML, but there are buttons because I'm not using links, I'm using button. B-U-T-T-O-N, button. We'll style it, we'll see how it works. Yes. The section, the HTML section, is what? It helps us to group. Yes, to group. It's a container. Section is a container. You see, I'm sure all of you have heard of a div. The divs are meaningless. They are containers, but they are meaningless. But when you say a section, they are semantically what? Correct containers. They make meaning. Make sense? Make sense? So these days, yes, for SEO, for the browser. So if I put div and I put things in there, we would use div when we feel like this thing, it's relevant. We are just interested in just composing it, putting it there, but it doesn't have any serious relevance. But when I say section, then maybe this section has some peculiarity, some uniqueness, some relevance, some meaning. Makes sense? Good. So what we are seeing is nothing strange. Is it strange to you at this point? Because is it strange? You are fine. Red, is it strange? Strange. We are good. Let's go to CSS. Okay. So the style, we need to link it. You see, it's not linked. So how do we link it? Great. Then I will put dot slash what? Now we've linked, but there is nothing inside our style. So what do? We target a particular section and we work with it. That's how we do. We target and then you style. We do what? Target and what? Keep this in mind. We do what? Target style. Target style. So where do we want to start? We want to start the first section. Good. So right now, you see the sections, we have how many sections we have? 2. Right? We have 2 main sections. Can't you see? Yeah. We have 2 main sections, 1 footer. Are you seeing it? So if I come here and I say section, hello, and I say background color, okay, background color, and I put, let's say, aquamarine there. If we go back and we check, all the sections are going to have aquamarine. Are you seeing that? And that's not what we want. Make sense? We want each section to be very different. So what do we do? So for me, remember this part is your design skills that coming. I want the first section, right? And so I could say section first style, like that. Are you seeing it? Then first style, if I say this and I go back, You see, I target only the first child. Someone who is not interested in this pseudo selectors and classes and elements will be like, no. What I would like to rather do is that the first section, I like to give it an ID, and I'll call it what? Maybe welcome. Welcome section. You see it? And so when we come here, instead of first style, we'll do what? Section hash to reference an ID, use what? The hash. Then we'll do what? Welcome. I see it. So when I come back here and I check, it's still the same. So there are so many ways to kill a cat. It's up to you. Then I'll press away. It's up to you. That's why you need to know more, so you know, oh, if you find yourself working for someone like this, let me go with this approach. No one is going to say, why didn't you go with this approach? Okay. Do what makes sense to you. And it's also right. Mr. Cook, you with us? Great. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? So you saw that with ID to reference them with what? Great. Okay. Let's go. So I think we want our section to have a min height, a minimum height, are you with me? Of let's say 500 pixels. Are you with me? We want it to have a padding of 80 pixels. Are you seeing it? So if we go back and we check, we have our first section looking like this, and it's nice, isn't it? But you realize that there is some white border around it. And yesterday I told you that that white border is coming from the browser. The browser that you are using, they come with their own style. So to remove that, you could come above and also select the HTML. Now, if you want to select multiple items, hello, if you want to select multiple items, you can use HTML like this and border comma. That means you selected multiple items, right? And we can say margin 0, padding 0. And so when we come back and we check, it is gone. We have removed it. It's more or less like we have reset downward. We reset what? The styles of the browser to suit our needs. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. Now, the next thing is that I want to change the font. So yesterday, I told you that to change the font, you can go to the So I'll click here. And maybe this time around, I want to use something a little bit funky. So let's go to font. So you can simply look at the font that you are more interested in. So you somehow like to go with this. And see, someone would like to go with something else. So, well, this is not bad. Let me see if we could let's look at it. So let's look at some fonts that are yeah. So this is the font I like, right? We call it Calistoga. Then I'll click on Get Font. Then I'll go to what? Get Embed Key. Then now I have to pick the home. This part, this very link. I need to copy all of them. To copy it, because you can see that it's also using what? The link. But you see that now the rel is not styled to what? Click on it. And then there is an href to something. So and you see they also have their own style sheet. So I copy it, go back to my code, to the HTML, Kofi, are you with us? And then you need to paste it above the style sheet so that, you see, remember, we are talking about cascading. Remember, cascading. So the style sheet that comes before would fall to the next one. You see, but if I bring my style sheet above, then that means I'm not going to do it. So all I'll do is I'll paste it. And by pasting it, I'm not done. I need to go back. And they say that what? If I want to use Callisto graph, I have to what? Copy this. So all I will do is that. So you see, they are saying that you can also, even if you like, you can copy this class. You see, the class is we use what? Dots. But I just want to copy this because right now we do have it in our system. So I can come here, the style, and I'll say that for the section alone, I want the font to be this, the welcome font. And so when now you go back and you open it up, you see Callisto graph has taken place. And I think what I would like to do is change the font size. So let me, we have H1, and I would like the font size to be maybe, let's say, pixels. I don't want that, I don't want this. Now, let's go back and check. It's becoming bigger. And if I like, I can change the background color. Maybe sometimes people like this gray, light white color. Okay, so I can come in here, check it out. Now I have this, but the thing is I need an image so that they can complement, right? Great. So what do we do? Let's get the image first. We need a t-shirt image. So I don't know. If we say, let's see, we can splash out something. Yeah. And so maybe I like this. This is cool for me. But I can't use it. You have to pay for this. Now wait. Are you seeing it? These are all so, well, I think this one. This one. I will go with this. The lady. She's slim. Hey, yeah, some more voice. Yeah, I like this. I think this is good, right? So I could copy it, right? Or if we don't want to waste too much time, so let's go to the folder known as Simplify called images. Because yeah, so these are very nice pictures we can really download and start with. Yeah, so let's copy a couple of them. Yeah, this is really nice. I like this one. So having a good eye for the good pictures, right? So now I can come in here and say, well, you know what? Let me come to this guy. And then I'm going to put in my image. So the image is in what? Dot slash what? Images. And then maybe whatever that you just go and check it. Oh, it's quite huge. Quite huge. Quite huge. Quite huge. Are you seeing it? Very, very huge. So now remember that I've surrounded it with what? With a div. It's intentional. I'll give the class called what? Maybe banner. Then I can come here and I'll say that the banner is with me, and I'll say the width. So the width is maybe, let's say 450 pixels, right? Now let's see it, and we say overflow. Okay, overflow, meaning that it should still go beyond it, it should cast off. You get it? Good. Then we will come here. See, now, so height length, I can't see that. So let's say height, and the height is 450 pixels. And then what we'll do is that we can say something called cover. Background image or background position. I don't know about it. Image will be there is one that requires you to use cover. It's not repeating. Repeat is no repeats. Yeah. Hey, Roxy, you made it. Yeah, so we are getting something here, but I feel like we need to do some exercise around it. So instead of, I could rather make the height this way. Yeah, but still, I'm not getting the image the way I want it to see. But then, no. The center, still not getting it. So, well, maybe let me just change this. Oh. So, this is. Okay. So if we are having challenges, let me show you a place. You can go to a place called CSS Scripts. Okay? Are you following? Yeah, CSS what? Good. And then when you come here, you could say, you can even search. And here, this is where advanced, see what they are doing here. You see it. So CSS scripts, you come here and you can search for maybe center. Probably someone may have worked on something like that. Okay, exactly center an image. Let's see. So you say no. So this is for centering a date. That's not what we want. So so let's look at the background stuff. Okay. So actually, I'm not using a background image. I'm using an image itself. So I understand why it may not be what we want. All we want is that we want the width to be, let's say, 500 pixels. We want the height to be 600 pixels. We want the overflow to be hidden. Yeah. But now our problem is to shift it into. So here we may have to do some, yeah. Is that the div we are addressing? Or I'm not seeing. It's a great div that we are actually addressing. Because the div is a dot banner dot image. So if we say dot banner dot image and say IMG, now we are addressing the image. Does it make sense? Yeah. Now we are rather addressing the image. So now if we have this and we come in here, you see, now we are now addressing the image. And by having it, now we have a nice image showing. So we had the image inside a div. The div is what we apply the stuff, and then we had this. So with this, we can now, what we want is to bring the image to the left and then the text to the right. Is that not true? So what do we do? Yesterday, what did I teach you? What? Great. So how do we put it? We say what? Great. Display, then what? Flex. Then we can say justify content, and then we say what? Place what? And then when we come back and we open it up, you see, we are having it. Are you getting it? We understand what is going on. So in that case, all we want now is to ensure that this comes with some text. So listen, are you with us? So I can have my P, Lauren maybe 30, and then we'll just add some section and banner and welcome section P. So we are targeting the P inside the welcome section. You know that. Now, please observe something here quickly. If I should bring space in between here, it means I am targeting the section with another div which has an ID of what? Welcome section. But if they are closed, it means that then this they are air. It's the section itself that has this very ID. Make sense? Okay. So that's it. Then I can say maybe font size. Then the font size I can probably make it bigger. Okay, so if we come back, well, we are having something. Why this one has shifted, we can work around it. So we would have to be working on this thing. We can work on it throughout the whole day. He said, yes, to make it beautiful. But at least what we've arrived at is that we are achieving our first structure, the first layout. Makes sense? And if I don't want the text, the paragraph to look like that, I can come back, right? And then search for a different font, which I think might be better. So maybe if it is this one that I'm looking out for, well, oh, yeah, I think they already, let me get this font. And then all I'll do is to copy this one to us. So I may not need to copy everything. I can just copy the last one. All right. Come back to my stuff here. We are going on break right now. But when we come back, no more here. Okay. And then now I can go back again to this guy, copy this font family. Right? You copy. You with me? So then now the paragraph, I want the font family to this. Now when we go back, you see, are you seeing it? Now the font here is different, right? Isn't it? Good. So now the only thing is to ensure that this takes a big space. Maybe we could say this should be probably, let's say 750. Let's look at it. Nothing big has changed. Then I could also come to the welcome H1. So where is it? It's here. This one you can call it maybe a class of what? Welcome text. Are you with me? I'm going to pause now so I can say dot welcome. Then I will say with maybe 50. So we come is now becoming more smaller. Let's take y to why don't you I'm not getting you. No, so what may be the issue is that remember yesterday I said that flex works well with width. So if the weights are not assigned, flex begins to act the way it feels like it should be working. You see, so in this case, the welcome section is the whole body, and the welcome section we've only given it a min height. Are you getting it? Good. We've not given it a width. So it's just operating the way it wants to. If let's say we say the weight is let's say 900 or 1,000 pages, okay, and we come here. You see, you can see that there is a demarcation in there, right? Now, if then we come back again, and then we say, okay, since we said face content, but then the image, the banner image has 750. You see, it has 750. This welcome text is you say dot welcome text. Width is 7. So if the total is 1,000 and you have 750, then let's say you have, so let's say 140 pictures here. You see, are you seeing what I'm saying? Good. So the calculation matters, 1,000. So we are not just doing things randomly. So if I come back here and the one that is 750, I say, you let's be 500, right? And you be 240. So then now if I do it, see that things look better. You get it. And we are actually building a very nice site. Make sense? So all I need is to let this guy also float a little bit around. And so in that case, I can say, oh, okay, well, let's just comment it out. Let's see what we are going to get. You see, then that one, if you take the whole thing, and that's not what we want. So let's come back. Make this guy maybe 80. Great. Quite good. Quite good, isn't it? Hello? You like it? It's cool, right? So now we can then say, let's style the button. The button is there. This very button. This one. You see, if you like, you can add an ID to it and say, call it what, buy now, right? If not, you can specifically target it by saying that, okay, well, it's already in the welcome text, right? I can say dot welcome text, right? Space, descendant selector. You get it? And let's go with what the AI will do. And when we open it, I see an option. Let's check it out. Welcome text. Oh, sorry. You can see the error. No. That's not it. The error. It's a title. It's here. Yeah. You see it? Now we have it. Now you are building a site. It's not difficult. It's just keep practicing, keep working around it, and it clicks. That's how it is. You develop the muscle memory for it. So if I right now it's like you go to a t-shirt website. Yeah, you have a question. Yeah. The CSS engine. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, no, no. So if I'm getting you mean like, or the way you've arranged your styles. No, no, they don't. But keep in mind that there are some styles that if you are not careful, you write them below, they might override other things. So yesterday we talked about cascading and inheritance and overriding. You see it. So the order doesn't necessarily matter, but keep in your mind that if let's say I'm targeting a section, and that section, I'm saying that, oh, the section, the font size should be 20. And I come down and I see a paragraph and I put the font size to 50. That paragraph is going to override what is at the top, so long as it's within that section. Am I making sense? Yeah. But if I'm not interested in overriding anything, I'm just writing my, you can see that there are some points I put welcome text down, I go and continue at the top. Yeah, you could. But keep also this here. One key thing is that you are not going to work alone all the time. There will be times you'll be working in a team. And so most of the time the companies, they know what they are, the rules they go with. Okay, we write as it is, the right way to write from top to bottom. And then we agree that, okay, this part, comment it, that's why the commenting matter. Okay, this very section, this is what we are doing. So when you get there, you do what you need to do. Some people also don't care. You saw that when I was typing at some point, you're asking important, important. Don't be doing that. If you start doing that, you should know that there's something wrong inside your CSS, and you want to really override it, which is not really good. So figure out why your CSS is not, like what I keep doing, so that when I'm doing it, it's not working. I try to figure out why it's not doing. Then you work it out. Make sense? So here, let's go back. Let's check it. Now we have a very beautiful website. Seriously, it's really beautiful. I like it. And what makes things beautiful is not that you code it. It's also the visual appeal. For example, the image, the colors. You see, the guy, the picture over there is really nice. The orange color also makes it pop. And the font I'm using is also blending nicely. You see, so and let me just touch on one last thing on the break. The time is moving really fast. So over here at the apparel section, maybe let's say I want to write something very interesting. And afford, right? And then maybe at the afford, or yeah, maybe at the afford. These two, the can't afford, right? I'm going to style that one specifically. Are you all with me? Are you with me? Good. I'll cut it off. And there is another tag called span. It's an inline element. Good. And in here, I'm just going to not to keep going back and forth. I'm going to use an inline style. Okay, so I'll say style. All right. Then I can say background. Black. I can go that. Then I'll say color, and I'll say white. You get it? Then I'll say pattern, and I'll say maybe 4 pixels. Then let's go and check how it looks. See what's going on, right? So the design is you. The design, that part, I'm not here. We are teaching how to code. We are not teaching design. Make sense? Good. So you would have, that's why, and I've told you that there will be an upcoming workshop on product design. That will become, that's not me taking it. So we realize that here we use, so maybe I just want to, let me take this guy off, bring this guy in hands like this, and then we have this. You see, you can't afford not to buy. So you are bringing in new styles to just enhance the look of your site. Are you with me? Good. If you wanted a different color, you go with a different color, and that one too would work. But for now, let me just drop it out. Okay. So we go back and we have this. And the functionality behind the scenes, like you want to buy, when you click something to happen, that is where JavaScript is going to do the job. Do you understand it now? Okay, so let's go on break. We've been able to achieve a lot this very half of the day. Go on break. We resurface back 1 o'clock. Yeah, 1 is fine because we've been Yabromo. And I'll push the code also back on GitHub so that all of you can have access to it. Sharp. Yeah. So let me chip in about the issue of area specification or the area of interest. If you're a programmer, I would always advise be open-minded. It's a good skill to have. Be very, very open-minded. Don't be like, I'm only all about web. Be open-minded because even if you're all about web, I can learn Python and I can use Python to write JavaScript. Are you getting me? So be very, very, yes. We use Python to write JavaScript. So it's about being open-minded. So if I'm open-minded, my angle is that, and my desire is that, listen, learning programming as a tool to be able to use it to solve real problems. And those problems might not necessarily be web problems. They might be problems that are agricultural problems. There could be problems, so I have two students who are trying to enter into a competition, and they are looking at food security problems. You see, so what makes you a programmer is not like I can just code on the web. No. But I can think and solve problems that are important. And to get to that level requires learning. Devote time. I say do what? Devote time. It's going to one day feed you. I'm speaking from experience. So if it will feed you, then devote time to do what? To learn it. What is important is what you give time. Is it not so? Okay. All right. So with that said, we zoom in into JavaScript. Say JavaScript. JavaScript. So I'm going to create a folder. I'll call HTML and CSS. I'll copy everything into it. Copy all the things into it so that now we wouldn't have anything hanging around here. Then so I just want to copy everything into the folder. Well, now while that goes on, I'll create a folder called JavaScript. Now, so what is JavaScript? It's a programming language that enables us to do things, to program our computers to do certain things that, but it was initially built for the web, for the browser. Make sense? Make sense? Pay attention. So, for us to learn it, we will also need to attach it to what? An HTML. Remember we said that if the HTML is, what do you call it? The bones, CSS is your flesh, your behavior becomes what? Great. Good. So, let's look at it. I'll create, oh man. Okay. I think let me close my VS Code. Okay. Okay. So inside the JavaScript folder, I'll create index. I think I need to move everything. Yeah, that's it. Oh, where is the good? Oh, then. Oh, I'll be there. so that so obviously we will do our so now are we in? So HTML, so Java. Now, one key thing I need to let you know that Java is not the same as JavaScript. Java is not the same as what? It's like someone saying ham and hamburger. They are not the same. Make sense? Good. So Java is a whole different language, and JavaScript is also a different language. We good? And you often would hear, especially in Ghana, people say, "Oh, I went to learn Java." No, you want to learn JavaScript. Someone says, "I want to learn JavaScript." We will still take it. So let's look at it. Now, how I'm going to go about it is that I have some notes in the yesterday. There were some notes I added here. Let me pull this. Oh, I think yes. Sure. So let's look at it. So freeboot, go to freeboot.vessel.app. All right, freeboot, skyfreeboot.vessel.app, skyfreeboot.vessel.app. Click on start from the guides. We good? The way you guys are, please let's stand. The way you are sitting, I don't like it. Let's stand. I said, Maya, relax, be some big boyism. No. Stand. Ah, in that bed, no. Coffee. No, coffee. And the coordination is one for coffee and that. So JavaScript guides, right? When you get there, click on JS introduction. And we are going to look at this. Skyfreeboot.vessel.app. Skyfreeboot.vessel.app. Now it says JavaScript is a versatile. We are not going to go by all of these things. Let's just go straight, copy just this copy the inline JavaScript. So just like we have, so remember, we have what? Internal CSS, inline CSS, and what? The same thing applies to JavaScript. We have inline JavaScript, internal JavaScript, and what? So let's copy this guy. Let's go back to our web page, paste it in the body. And now say, go live. Yeah, so when you go live, you see it. Who is here? You see, click me. You see it. Yeah, let's click it. Click it. When you click it, you should see this. Have you done that? Try. Do it. Let's see. Click me. And what do you see? Abraham, have you done it? Please copy, paste it, and you will get our first interaction. So Roxon is gone. He's gone. What else? You got it? Who has gotten it? Who has gotten it? So we wrote, you can close it, click on it, hello world, close it, click on it, hello world, close it, click on it, hello world, close it, click on it. Now we are having some interactivity, isn't it? You click on the button and then something pops up. It's an alert. And I'm sure you've seen some of these things on the website before. You go to, let's say, some website, and once the website loads, then something will pop up. You are the 299 persons who have visited this website. Click this to exit, click this to enter. You've seen some things like this. Good. This is JavaScript. Now, these things you are seeing now, this part is going to be something you need to pay attention. What you saw, that came up. JavaScript enabled it to happen, right? However, it is because the window, the dialog box you saw is coming from what? The browser itself. Are you with me? The browser has its own, what we will call an API. We call it what? API, which means application programming interface. So alert would not be in the console. If you have worked in the console before, you won't find alert in the console. You will find alert only in the browser because it is part of the browser. And we are using JavaScript to enable that functionality to come up. Make sense? Make sense? Okay, so let's go back to our code. No, I think first of all, before we go to our code, let's look at it. So that is inline JavaScript. Now, let's use the same thing, but before we even go to the code, let's go, before we continue with it. Look at it. We are using what? A button. Are you seeing it? You see there's a button, and inside the button there is an attribute called what? Oh, be confident. It's called what? On click. Is that also? And that on click takes the apostrophes, and then there is a function. You see that it has written function alert. There's a function called what? And that function takes in a string called what? Called what? Hello world. So we could write anything. We could write anything. We could write Ghana is. Oh. See, and when you go back and you check it out, click Ghana is good. I seen it. Good. This is JavaScript in action. Now, we could do more, right? We could say, instead of button, I want it to be an H1. You see, first it was a button. A button is also an element in HTML, isn't it? So we could also make it an H1. And then when you click on it, it still works. You see it? So meaning that all the elements have this API functionalities embedded in them. So once we enable it through JavaScript, it works. Is it not so? Good. We could say we'll come back to the external and those ones. We'll come back to that. But now let's first start before we go. Come here, copy the internal, copy internal JavaScript, internal JavaScript. Copy internal JavaScript. Let's copy it. Now replace the entire file that you have with the internal JavaScript. Now, if you observe, you see that the internal JavaScript, it has the JavaScript like the way we have the style sheet. Is that also? If it was CSS, we would have replaced it with what? But it's JavaScript, so we use what? Script. Great. Do you understand? And then I'm going to teach you how these things we write it. Okay. But for now, what we've done is that we've added what? Function, which is what? Is a keyword in JavaScript. So we are writing a function. And the function we are saying that show alert, that's the name. We could change this name to anything. We can say, talk. You get it? And then we are using the browser API. One of it is called what? Alerts, right? And then we are passing the string into it. So when we come to the button, are you with me? Are you with me? We say on click, and then we call the function. So this on click calls what? A function. And what function are we calling? We are calling, but now we don't have show alert in our code. So it's going to be what? Great. So we say talk. And once we go back and we check and we click it, it still works. Now don't worry about the mechanisms. We are going to delve into this. But at least now you are seeing interactivity, aren't you? And you've learned that we have inline JavaScript and also what? Internal JavaScript. Where did we find that? You see internal JavaScript here. You see it? It's inside this. You see it? Inside the script tags. Now, what about external JavaScript, right? So let's go to our documentation. Copy this guy. Sorry. Copy the external JavaScript. Now, you see, in there, you would see that they are using what? Script source. Are you seeing source? Yeah, but if it was CSS, what would it have been? No. How do we do external CSS? Link. Are you seeing it? JavaScript, we use script. Then we use what? Source. If it was CSS, it would be what? Link and what? No, link and what? I mean, external CSS, what would it be? Link and what? href. Hey, brethren. Are we lost? Are we lost? Are we lost? Okay, good. So I'll copy this guy, or if you like, we come here and we would paste it. Now we don't have any file called script. Do we have it? Good. So we would have to open our JavaScript folder and click on script.js. But there's nothing inside it, isn't it? So I can write function like this. And then I'm going to teach you all these things, so don't worry. And I'll say alert. Hello. So now, if we go back and we look at it, and you click, you get it. Hello from the script, because now we are linking an external JavaScript to the HTML. So nothing has really changed other than the script tags and then the fact that we are using .js. If it was CSS external sheet, what would it have been? What would have been the extension? .css. If it is JavaScript, it's what? Huh? .js. We good? We good? We good? Now we are going to begin JavaScript. You can sit down. So let's go. JavaScript. Yes. At the bottom. Great. So I'll be explaining that to you. Now, he has asked a very important question, very early. Now, you will realize that most websites you visit, the JavaScript script tag, most of it is put at the bottom. It's put at the bottom because you see at the head section, please pay attention, Joseph. At the head section, when your website is downloading a page, it starts from the top to the bottom, right? And you see at the head section is where we put the link. Is that not so? Now, so if there are CSS, all the CSS needs to be downloaded before the rest of your page. Is that not so? So that then the page can be beautiful. Now, JavaScript being a programming language, sometimes it's heavy. And so if maybe we need to wait for the entire script to finish downloading, right? You realize that it might take a long time. That is one. Secondly, it's also possible that your JavaScript is trying to interact with some of the HTML nodes or elements in your file, but your file has not finished downloading. So now how can it interact with it? So it wouldn't work. So normally we wait for the JavaScript to finish loading everything, the HTML to finish loading everything. And at the bottom, when everything is done, JavaScript, you to load yourself. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So usually you will see that instead of it being at the head section, it is here. The last body tag, like this. This is where normally, but then there are some JavaScript files you'll be interacting with in future that you realize that the author of that file will tell you that put it at the top. For example, you want to look out for something like Google Analytics. You want Google to be able to fetch, and they will tell you to put it at the top. You see, because that is not really going to impact on your performance. Are you getting it? Yes. So, but usually your own code you are going to write, most of the time you put it next to the last. It should always be the last, before the closing tag of the body, not after the closing tag, before. Makes sense? Makes sense? Makes sense? Makes sense? Yeah. The Gofi. Akonfa. You better catch up, no issue. Of which one? Of the HTML. What's the difference? So someone tell me. We were there yesterday. We've been talking about. Yeah. So this, I'm sure what he's wondering is why do we have self-close when we have open and close? Yeah. Like you want to do it this way. Well, let's see. Did it work? It didn't. You see? So tags that are open and closed are open and closed. Tags that are self-closing are what? Self-closing. All right. Okay. Or maybe we remove something. Oh yeah, because there's nothing in there. So let's check it again. But I will always say stick with convention and be safe. Because you see, the thing is that, as I've said, some of the code you are going to write, you will ship it to your collaborators. And if they see something that they are not used to, they'll be like, who is writing this code? So don't think that you are alone. There are people like maybe I'll push the code to GitHub. People are going to read it. Makes sense. So maybe it may work. Maybe it may even work on your machine, but it is not even working. But the truth of the matter is that think about the one who's also going to read. There's a proverb that says that we read more code than we write. So I beg you, follow the convention so that other developers too will. You see, as you are learning right now, there's someone who's also about to start learning HTML tomorrow. You see, so if you go doing your own stuff, you are not helping that person. Makes sense? Makes sense? Good. Now, let's now delve into programming. So we've connected our script tag, which is script.js, and our script in here is empty. Now, we will start by learning what we call variable. Are we good? Now, variables are like, think about your pocket, an easy way to look at it, right? In your pocket, right, what do we put in there? Can put what? Condoms. Yeah, what else do we put in there? Money, what else? Coins, phone, pen, You see, and you can put them remove, put them remove, put them remove, change, right? The content, the value of the content that you are putting in the hour, they are varying, right? Variables. So a variable basically is some sort of data, right? Or some sort of memory allocation that we place in data. It's a memory allocation in your computer. So how do we write variables in JavaScript, right? What we do is we have three menus. You can say var, right? And then I can say var name. It can be anything, but it shouldn't start with a number. Are you with me? It shouldn't start with what? Then I can say maybe name. Then you end, usually you end it with also what? A semicolon. Make sense? Makes sense. But these days, cool. Now I'm also feeling that. But these days, you would also see that people omit the semicolon and it still runs. Are you with me? Now we can say var age and we can say 12. Are you with me? Good. But this var stands for variable, is that not? But these days, we have a new version of JavaScript. We talk about ES6, and we don't often see the var. We may see let. And then we will also see. Now, what are the differences? Let is just pure like the variable, the var, all right? But const means that once it has been declared, we can't change the value. So I can write const here and come and write const age again, and then I'll put in 4. Oh, sorry. 4. You see, what errors are we getting? It says cannot redeclare block scope variable age. It's because you are using const, and it has already been declared. Const is a short form for what? Constant. Is that not it? So if something is constant, can we change it? Makes sense. Makes sense. So we can write const and then, but we can write const and come and say maybe star, and then we can put in something else, and everything will work. Makes sense. But the symbols we are using here cannot be the same. You cannot write car to here. You cannot do that. The error will appear. Am I making sense? Is someone confused? Yeah, we can repeat const car 12. We can repeat the same variable here. You can write car and car here with const. But I could do let. And still, it's still giving me the issue, isn't it? But assuming that I did var, will it still give me the issue? Probably. Still. But watch. If I have var 2 times, it doesn't give me an error. This was the problem we're having with variable. And that's why they had to change it to the let and what? The const. So these days, modern developers use let or const. So you use const when you know that, okay, throughout my code, this value is not going to change. Check it. See, it's already giving me the error. So yeah, it won, but it's not const. Const is very peculiar about the value window. The value cannot change. Let, so here, maybe still, it still gives us so. It's because it's like now, oh mama, let's make const very critical. Makes sense. So they complain. But I see this complaint you are seeing is in VS Code. The browser might just ignore. This is the problem with JavaScript. Are you with me? Okay. So we have, is anyone confused? So what do you think a variable is now? What is a variable? In your own idea, what do you think? What do you think a variable is? Or with what you just learned? The pocket. Or it could be an empty box. Yeah. You see, your jeans, the small pocket that they put here, you know, you can't put a lot of things in there. You can put some specific stuff there. You see, okay. That, yeah, like what? So, you see, that's what we have here. So we have var, let, and const. You can see it here. Now there are different types of values you can put in the variable. There are different types of variables you can put in the different type of value or data types. And we have a string, number, boolean, array, object, null, and undefined. Are you with me? Good. So now I'm going to show you another place, a text editor you already had, but I didn't know. So I right click, go to inspect. Are you with me? Then I would change this to this position. Come to this application. Application and add more. So we can come to sources in your console, sources, and then I could say maybe I want to write for fabric. Then I will write a snippet. So I'll say variable. All right. How you see, this is a text editor here. We can say let name be equal to, right? Let age be equal to 32. Now, you see that when I wrote the 32, I didn't put it with inverted commas, meaning that this is what? It's a number. Is what? If you put them in the strings, then that becomes what? A string. And a value that is within the inverted commas and a value without it are not necessarily the same. But JavaScript has something that can make them the same. Are you with me? Are you with me? So let age equal to 32, and let maybe complexion black. Are you seeing that? Now I can come down here and I'm going to introduce you to. So these things are written, they are nothing new to you now. Is it? Is it complex? Is it complex? Is it? It shouldn't be complex. Are you here? Sometimes I feel like you are not here. I feel like, no, go to you. Are you here? Okay, so now we can say, so let me see if I can. We can say console.log, and I can say name. I can just, let me just write name, and then let's click here, enter, hold on. Oops, so, right. So now you see there's like an internal, how would you call it, ID of the browser. I told the browser there's a lot in there that is. So I can just say console.log. Now console.log is a way we output things. Like when you are learning Java and stuff, you see that they can use the system.print.out and then hello world will come up. So we also have the console.log. All right. So if I click on this thing, this play button here, it outputs what? Documents. Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it? And whatever that you are saving here is saved inside your browser. If you close your browser, you come back, you can still access it. So this is where we are going to play our games right now. I can change name to what? Complexion. You see? And then when you get black, isn't it? So now, what if I want to put it into a sentence? Hello, are you tired? Good. Yes, I mentioned 15 minutes. More than 15 minutes. More than 15 minutes. More than 5-10 minutes. Coffee. More than 10 minutes break, Diana. So, yes, there's a break in there. Break in the Abby, I'm going to I see what's something. There is something known as concatenation. Say concatenation. Hey, yeah, it's a concatenation. We'll say at the concatenation. Or can be another for the baby concatenation. Now, concatenation is about joining two things or more together. So we would like to join the name to what? The age to what? The complexion. And in JavaScript, we have so many ways to concatenate. All right? So let's look at it. It is like this. I could say, let's, are you with me? And I can call it what? Sentence. Are you with me? And then I'll say name. Now I'm going to write a sentence, right? Class. That is what we use to concatenate. So name class, I told you there are so many, I'm going to show you 2 ways. So name class, then I will say, so Kofi Mensah is, so I'll put this here. Maybe let me bring some spaces, right? Class. Now we have this sentence, this lengthy sentence. So name, are you seeing it? Is, so what do you think is going to come? Kofi Mensah is 32 years old and is black. We could add that to it. You see? Good. So now, all I need to do is to output it. Now I can say, you can even write this sentence like that. Because we are in a console. So when you run it, what do you see down there? Now, so at least dynamism has come in. We are pulling data from various variables and we are pulling them into what? A sentence. Make sense? Do something similar. Yeah, question. Yeah, because the complexion is a variable and we have assigned it with what? Exactly. So if we said it's fair, right? And you run it, it's going to be what? The female size is 32 years old and it's fair. If we can say, oh, maybe it's 12 years. You see, so meaning that in this case, we are pulling data. Now, this thing we are just doing, try to understand it, because if you understand it, you understand web applications already. It's all about data. Data coming from somewhere and we infusing it. So you see, if you look at it, it's like when you are reading it, no one knows where a variable is. Do you know where a variable is? You don't. But you, the developer, know that, oh, okay, I'm pulling a dynamic variable from name, one from age, one from complexion. But as it stands now, it's 12 years old and it's fair, period. Abraham, conf. Yeah. Behind the scenes, the browser has an engine called V8. Yeah, the V8 CADA, you know. Chrome also have a JavaScript engine known as V8. And that is what is doing all these magic things for you. It's an interpreted language. It's a script. That's why we call JavaScript. Like Python is a script. So it just runs. We don't need to compile before we run. Unlike Java and C Sharp, and so if it was C Sharp, I need to run it so that it will build the program before you can run it. JavaScript is not like that. It's an interpreted language. Makes sense? Are you learning? We good? We good. Have you been able to do it? Okay. Now, so remember that we said that we've looked at string, we've looked at number. But then there is also booleans. What are booleans? Booleans, okay, yes, that helps. Yeah, so they are either true or false, not statement per se, but true or false values. Okay, and so we could say that, well, let's look at something. So I'm going to create another snippet called boolean. Then in the boolean, I will say let is logged in, right? And I'll set is logged in to, okay? Then I can say that, okay, so I've not thought to use an else statement yet, so I can't jump in there. But I can say let, so let's see. So let me, though I've not taught you if and else, I'm going to use it to write a little program. Okay, so we could say if is login, and so the log, right? So we can say welcome. Else, I will talk about this shortly. The log. If I run this program, you see, it says that what? Please what? Why? Because login is set to what? False. But if login is supposed to be true, and now see, it's not capital, it's all small letters. And I run it, I get what? Welcome. You see, these are how applications are built actually. So this very day, this code is still valid. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? So we use what is logged in, which is what? A variable name. I named it like that. And I assigned it with what? A value of what? True. This true is not a string. It is not this. No, it is true as by itself. And this true is a Boolean value. Is what? Is what? Is what? And Boolean value are either true or what? True or true or true or. So if we put true there, then here we are using if and else, and I've said that I've not taught you, I'll be teaching you if and else. But then this if and else is going to take a condition, right? So the conditioning here is that if this, and what is this value? Yeah, what is the value in the is log b? True. So if true, and run what is beneath it. If not true, that is else, then put something else there. Are you getting it? So else, then the false statement will what? Run. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? That is Boolean values. What other things do we have? We have what? Arrays. And when you scroll down, you see I have a whole note on arrays for you. Here we are just scratching the surface and we start going in. You understand? Good. Now, I'll go into arrays, I'll go into objects, but and null and undefined, we will work on them. Now, but for now, let's go to what? Operators. All right? So I'm going to create another file called operators. You see that our text editor is really nice. We don't need to be switching left, right, center anymore. Okay, so operators. What are operators? Operators are more or less the ones like addition, subtraction, all those things, the mathematics things you know. And some of them too are comparison operators. So let's work with them one after the other. Let's say we have let name be equal to, no, let age be equal to 32. Let age 2, so this is age 1, and age 2 be equal to 32. Are you with me? Are you with me? Okay. Now, we want to do addition, or in fact, we can say A and what? Any of them works. B. You get it? So I can say A plus B. And when you run it, you get what? 74. A minus B. What do you think? Minus 10. Are you getting it? We can have A minus A star, which is multiplication. Okay? So A star B gives us what? 1344. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Is someone confused? The coffee. You are following on easy by a record. Yeah. 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 Node.js, we use it for running server-based stuff. It's an environment. You can use Node.js to do it all right and to also run. So we don't have enough time. But so the things I wanted, we had to work with CSS again today and all that, and that would be hitting all into that aspect. Okay. But whatever you are doing here, you can do it in here. That's what I'm trying to say. Apart from some of the browser APIs, everything you are doing here, you can do it in here. So A star B, A divided by B, right? And when you run it, what do you get? 0.76, you see it? So it's like, technically, we can build a calculator. This is going to be a nice assignment. So then there is also what? A modulus B. This is a bit, this deals with what? The remainder. The remainder. The remainder. So it's like, whether we are going to get, and at some point, let me not dwell much here. At some point, we realize that we use this modulus more, especially when we want to do filtering, we want to check that, okay, if things are even numbers or odd numbers, we use this a lot. Make sense? Okay. So these are the common operators that, or mathematical operators you would see. We also have other ones, and remember, in JavaScript, we can do what? Comments. That is double slash. And we call them comparison. We can say A double equals. Are you with me? Are you with me? And then if I run it, it's false. So the comparison operators, they ensure that the final output is what? A Boolean value, either true or false. Because we are comparing. Are you taller than him or he's taller than you? True or false? There's nothing like maybe, no, it's not there. Are you with me? So if we come to A and B, we can say A is A greater than B. Are you seeing that? Have you not seen this before? This is when we're in primary school. Remember? Yeah. So when you run it, it's false. True. 32 is not greater than 40. Is it not so? What about B? So A is less than B. When you run it, it's true. 32 is less than B. We could also say, is A greater or equal to B? Are you getting it? Greater or equal? Mathematics, primary school math, primary school, they all teach and when you primary school, that's a one for an teacher. You see, when you run it, what do you get? False. Because for the or, it means that once one is true, it is true. But if one is false, they are actually. If one is true, better. So watch it here. We can say it's A less than or equal to B. And when you run it, you see it's true. At least one must be true for it to be true. But then there is something interesting I would like to introduce you to. Then we'll go for the short break and we'll come back. You realize that, let's come here, create another, so let X be equal to 12. And let Y equal to 4. Now, are they the same? Why? Okay, so let's see. X is equal to Y. Yeah, some. And yeah, some. Is X and Y, are they the same? Let's be honest, are they the same? They are not, right? But JavaScript is saying that they are the same. Is it not confusing? It is. Oh, I admit it, it is confusing. And why is it not confusing? Yeah, but the real thing is that JavaScript behind the scenes, that's something called behind the scenes, everybody tries to see that this thing it's appearing like it's a number. Can I be sure that it's a number? So if it runs it and says it's a number, okay, well, yeah, it's a number. This one, let's add them. Yes, it does it behind the scenes. However, when you change this guy, are you with me? And then we say X triple Y, that is strictly what? Equal. Now it will strip off what? The coercion. It won't do it, and it will tell you that it is false. That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. Okay. You're there, star. Yeah. Yeah, it's strict. It's not strict. Not optional, it's not strict. But then professional JavaScript developers will tell you that oftentimes avoid the strict equal to. Avoid it. Because it has bugs. They have their own stuff. So because it's using evaluation. So it's best you allow it and be sure of what you are putting in there. You are sometimes what JavaScript is used on the web, a user could be typing the name, and everything you type on the form comes out as a string. You see, and so that JavaScript can easily do the comparison in a way. So now we'll pause here. We've looked at the first session. We'll be coming back to function in the next 10 minutes. So play around, visit this page, play around. Today we are working with what we have. So we'll touch on functions, touch on events, and then we'll see what we will do next. All right. Then I'll come back to the if and else statement. 10 minutes break. JavaScript the emotion basically I say a banner. So get up, walk around, go check someone's code, and today the coordinator says no coffee. And then woman moving on. Brethren. So I will advise when we are going to it, I'll give you some. This example is like you have to prepare yourself for it. So that when you come, I will get it. Today equals Ada hubungan dengan yes. We are back. We are back. Are we not back? Are we back? The note. Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you right away. So now we've learned about operators. Have you been able to practice with it? Ana Jaho no biansu Jaho. Biansu Jaho. This part's okay. Okay, so let's look at conditions. Yeah, I'm inside the browser. You right click, you go to inspect, then you go to sources. So let's look at conditions, right? The conditions, we can have if and else statement. Basically, that's the bigger one. And so we can say if, now it takes the if and this, and then there is the else and this. Now, look at the structure. Here, what is inside this place? Are you with me? Are you with me? What is inside this place is technically the condition. And that condition must evaluate to true. It must always evaluate to what? It must always evaluate to true. Now, when we say it must evaluate to true, it doesn't mean there is true, the Boolean value. A truthy value. Are you with me? So, if you want to understand it better, let's say Boolean, and I put Boolean 1. You see, it gives us what? But look at something. Boolean 0 gives us what? False. Are you seeing it? So, if I say Boolean coffee, what do you think? What will happen? What will happen? True. Because there is something, there is a data value in there. Are you getting it? Boolean coffee gives us with a string, but if it's coffee empty, if it is an empty string, it gives us what? False. So you see that the true or false is not necessarily being TRU, but the expression in there can be also truly. That's why we use the word what? Truly. The word is what? Or false. So 0 is a false value. But let's look at this. It's true. See the tricks in this is what makes JavaScript very fun. Yeah. But because there is something inside the string. But if it's empty, then it's a false value. So it will evaluate to what? False. If it's a truthy value, it will evaluate to what? Okay. So now in this context, let's look at what? If. So we need a condition. So if 1 is less than 2, is it true or false? 1 less than 2. Good. So if 1 is less than 2, console.log this is else see it. So because 1, you see the answer, because 1 is less than 2, and that means that condition is what? True. Are you with me? And I said that after the it must always evaluate what? True. Makes sense? Makes sense. So meaning that if this condition is to evaluate to false, what will happen? Huh? Exactly. It will always print, hey, does it say, yeah, that one is true. Yes, so the first one was true, sorry. So if this one evaluates to false, we get what? This is invalid. Are you seeing it? Because this guy is what? False. But the condition must always be what? True for this guy to run. Are you getting it? The first condition must always be true. If it's not true, then we will go here. Questions? Maybe. Yes. Jeff, solid. Fred, solid. Daniel, we good? Solid. Okay. Now we can go with this for now. Let's now turn our attention to functions. Where is Prince? Now we are getting to the fun stuff. You see, functions start with what 3 letters? So this is where the fun. Right click on your browser, go to inspect, go to sources. Where console is, go to sources. If you can't see, look at this arrow. Or look at this. So look at this arrow, you should see sources. If you click on this arrow, you should see sources. Click on it and click on this second arrow here and then choose snippets, and that's it. So functions. What are functions? Functions are composable. The word is what? Composable code that we can reuse over and over and over and over again. So you see, they help us to reuse code. How do we write functions? Please observe this. Think about yourself as a body, your human body. What is your human body like? You can raise your hand, that is a function. You can sit, that's a function. You can stand, you can run, these are all functions. Small functions. But you see, till the day you die, you can do all these functions, isn't it? Good. So let's look at it. First, we use the keyword function and space, then the name of the function. Are you with me? The name of the function. So let's say the name of the function is speak. Are you with me? And in there, I'll bring my bracket open and then close. Then I can say that console.log, I am speaking. Or we can say speaking. Like this. You see, so now we have declared what? We have declared a function. We have done what? Now we are talking about the technical terms. We have declared a function. Now, if we've declared a function, the next thing we do is to what? To call the function. Another word for call is to invoke the function. Call or what? Or execute the function. You see, we are using so many terms. So how do we call this function? This is how we call it. We'll call the name speak, and then we'll bring what? The bracket between bracket groups. That's how functions are called. Make sense? Make sense? Right now, we've gotten to the easy start. The I think tense. Say we are come to do tense. Tense. Say tense. Great. So now if I click on speak, you see, it will execute the function. It will run through the function. We'll see what? Speaking. You see it? If maybe I run speak, if I have speak, and I can run it like what? 5 times. 1, oh boy. Yes. Allow. See, and when I run it, I'll get what? Speaking 5 times. Are you seeing it? So meaning that the function now becomes what? Composable, and I can reuse the code constantly. Who doesn't understand it? Do you understand it? Do you understand it? So now, let's say I have another function, and that function is what? Raise the boys class. I have a function called licking. Also, log. And then we have what? Licking. See, boys, always the boys. Now, what about, so it says lick, lick. So I can call this what? How do we call lick? So lick like this. You see it? And when I run it, I get what? Licking. Are you seeing it? So now what you need to understand is that inside this block, this is where you do your magic. That one is up to you. Whatever you want the function to do. Are we good? Now, let's write a function. Now, wait, before we continue, let's advance our function a little bit. Yes. Yes, you could say maybe I want a function like, so before we do that, that's good. What happens is that you need to ask yourself, what do we do at this side? Are you observing me? What do we do in between these two round brackets? We can put in something we call arguments. Say arguments. Arguments. So arguments are like variables you are passing to the function. We've learned about variables already, right? So how do we declare variables? Good. Or var, yes, or const. Good. So I could say I want a function that would say my name is, and it will put the person's name there. Are you observing this? We've learned about concatenation, haven't we? What is concatenation, Joseph? Try. Don't be silent. Concatenation. That's how we learn. Can you repeat? Can you repeat? Oh, Joseph, we are waiting. Concatenation. What does it mean? The name. What it is, so concatenation. What does it mean? Now the bed. Concatenation. We are joining things together. Joining, like a kaboom. Now coercion. What's the meaning of coercion, Prince? Daniel, coercion. Jeff. Data type, yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's look at this function. We can have a function called say my name. Now, when you see you have a word that is like say my name, in JavaScript, we have a way we write it. We call it camel case. We call it what? That's why you should be here so that you can be present. Okay. Forget about the problems at home. Forget about the problems in the past. Forget about the problems in the future. Be here now. So say my name. See how I've written it? Small letter, capital, small letter, capital. You see it? That is how a camel's back is like. So we call it what? Camel casing. And then we open the close. Now I said that in here we pass in what? An argument. We pass in what? So it's going to be an argument. And that argument is like a variable, but we're passing it to a function. And I can call that argument what? Name. Are you with me? And then I will say console.log, right? And I'll say my name is, and then concatenation class, right? Are you with me? Make sense? Then I can come here and I can say my name. So then now I have to pass in something. And what would I pass in? The name, which could be Johnson. So when I run it, oh, see, I said my name is, so yeah. So if I run it, I get what? My name is Johnson. Are you seeing it? And so but I cannot add another one. Like maybe if I say 4, then it's going to say, you see, it still runs my name. Unlike other languages, it would have thrown an error. Are you seeing it? But here it doesn't throw an error, it just ignores this guy. Are you with me? So when you run it, my name is John. Yeah. Console.log, yeah. Yeah. So like if maybe I get you right, to do something like function log. I can call this log. And then I can say it takes in what? Takes in maybe something. Right? And then here I will say console log something. So now when I come here and I say log 1, 2, 3, it is still going to log. Oh, it says log. What have I not done? Yeah, no, it's not that I've not declared it. Now in here, in the console environment, the log is a keyword. So I can't use it. So I can say maybe space, right? Then I can, yeah, you can call it anything you want to call it. So space, and I run it. Boom, what's going on? Then there's an error somewhere. Identifier space. Wait. Oh yeah, it's the problem is with the function. So then let's go back and see. Maybe it will run. But so let's run it. Yeah. So it works. It works. Yeah, so instead of typing alone, and then maybe you can save this at the top. And anytime you want to write console, you just write log, and then someone could even make it more shorter and say, I'll make it L. You see? So just by doing this, it runs. And let's see, I could do 2, 3, 4, and it runs. I see. So we have built on top of an already made function in the browser. And that's a very good thing. It means you are looking at customizing advanced stuff. That's good. You understand it? You understand it? Now write 5 functions on top of it. Be creative. 5 functions. I'll be coming around to talk. Yeah? The app. Yeah, the node. Oh, I will show you. You get 5 different functions. This is Node.js, this one. Everyone should do it if you want. But we've not even gotten there yet, so don't worry. So I'm writing my 5 functions. Function. Next time, I mean, our business, customer one day, when you have become very masterful in this, and you are charging your customer, and your customer tells you that, oh, I deal with the first. What would you tell your customer? You do what? You have a perfect answer. What answer would it be? Okay. It's not easy. It's not. It's not. So let it start. I will. Let it. No, I'll take it. You take it. If you don't know, you can start. So, starting. I think there's